All right, I am streaming now. I've got a new microphone. Um, got a new Blue Yeti Nano that I just picked up. This is first time using it. Got some new headphones on now too. Um, and I'm also 3D printing a microphone arm stand. So there might be some audio shenanigans going on. Honestly, I'm not 100% on the audio quality right now. I'll need to check that. Let's go to Twitch. Honestly, it'd be ideal to put like the microphone over a little bit. See if this does anything. Because it's like in my way. Um, all right, testing the audio. All right, testing the audio. Sounds pretty freaking good to me. Sounds pretty freaking good to me. Sounds pretty freaking good to me. Let's see. This 3D printer isn't going yet. I guess I'll come back and check it once the 3D print starts. I think this is a good spot. Pretty clear, actually. Oh, there we go. 3D printer is jiggling around. Let's just keep talking to see if the background music or background noise is coming through. I can hear it. Test, test, test. I don't know. It's fine. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do. Let's go to Reddit. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. Okay. Just posted on Reddit. What did you auto mod me? Okay. Let's see how this goes. New setup. OBS back up here. Microphone is like right by my hand. Kind of freaking me out. So I'm gonna hit it or something. Oops. Had some encoding issues yesterday too. So hopefully no issues today. I actually want to double check right after this about my keyboard getting picked up on the mic too. Hopefully that's not an issue. But let's focus on the task at hand, shall we? What am I doing here? Trying to get better, that's what I'm doing. Trying to hone my aiming. Come on. Hit these balls. Hone my aiming. Oh, okay. Decent start. All right, this is just me testing to see if my keyboard is getting picked up by this new mic because it's literally right next to it. Oh yeah. Ah, that's not bad. What about when I'm talking? Probably is coming in the background. Freaking keyboard stinks. Uh-oh, this feels good. Is there an audio lag right now? Maybe it's my headphones. I gotta make sure that would be really inconvenient. My OBS recording was good. Test this before. Yo, I figured something out here? Am I grooving? Am I gelling? Oh my goodness, that felt really good. That was just zoned. How do I test to see? Well, I just want to make sure canvas settings. It's not gonna be canvas settings. Outputs, canvas settings. No, that's fine. I did change it in the OBS like settings, so I would think it's okay. Output audio, mic auxiliary audio, microphone Yeti Nano. All right. I mean, it is what it is. Won't find out until later. Oh, That's shaking the whole desk. Chill out. 3D printer's going nuts. Oh, it's an earthquake. Is it shaking? I mean, it's clearly shaking, but yeah, it's making a big dip. Oh my goodness. All right. I mean, it is what it is. That felt better than 63, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Yo. This 3D printer's going nuts, man. Any way for me to stabilize my desk, maybe? I mean, I'm feeling pretty buttery smooth right now. Definitely missing shots, but... Yo, chill, chill! Earthquake! $54. Alright, we dropped a little bit. I like the new mic because I can now use these headphones, which the microphone in the headphones was atrocious previously. I probably need to change the settings on my machine to default to the Yeti microphone. $61, not great, not terrible. Hands cramping. Ooh, I was getting somewhere at the end there. Oh my goodness. Just closing my eyes like that hurts. I'm tearing up. I'm tearing up. So beautiful. Yo, my eyes actually hurt. These blue light glasses do shit. $62, baby. Not the best, not the worst. Bruh. Crying. I'm so emotional. I'm not usually like this. Oh, perfect line. Bang, 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 bang. Focus. What the? Bad. I mean, there were good parts in there, but that was bad. Accidental. All right, that one felt pretty good, actually. Gotta keep this thing moving. Keep this thing moving. Hey, 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 hey. My desktop audio is really low. Why is that? Okay, that might be a little bit better. Stinky, stinky, poopy. What was that? Ooh, that was poor. That was poor. We continue. We grind on. Ding 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 ding. Oh, oh. Oh. I am 2,171,649 best aim lads player. Let's go, baby! That's how we do. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I hit that. Didn't hit that one. No Reagan aim lads? What? $60,000. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, 7. Wow, that's poor. Last one, best one. Let's go, baby. Oh, the printer, throwing me. This is gonna be funny to rewatch this entire stream because this printer's gonna be going the entire time. Certainly not the best one. Certainly not the worst one. Here we go. This is where we actually improve. And hot start. Hot start. Printer is definitely not helping. Yeah. Oh, no, I hit replay. Damn it. Whatever. We can just skip the next one, yeah? Yo. Bert. Did I hit next shot? I don't know. I did 2. Okay, yeah, so that's... Shit. Worst case Ontario, I do 16, so okay. He's evading me. They're ducking me. Yo, get back here. Mom. Come on. Yep, what? 88. Not bad, not great. Not bad, not great. Not bad, not great. Yo! I mean, the print's coming along nice. Print is coming along swimmingly. Oh, almost. That means we can get there. Kind of hard to talk and like do a task. Like just have a random. I don't even know. Yo, this guy's slippery. Eh. Stinky. Yep, worst one yet. All right, downside of this setup. Positives. I mean, hopefully it sounds better. No cord. Huge. This headset is not the most comfortable. And like I can't hear it, like drowning out the outside noise. The quality is much better, I think. Happy? Yo. Chill, printer. Guy's going nuts. Oh, earthquake. Maybe I can just, if anybody's watching, show you what I'm working with right now. Oh, the cord's not long enough. Yes, it is. Here we go. We're printing, baby. Look at them go. Oh, this camera could use a cleaning. Okay. Oh, smells like filament. Earthquake! Who dare text me? Who dare? Five to go? Earthquake! 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 Smells like filament. Oh, this thing's really shaking. Quite hard to focus, actually. Making it quite difficult. Zam! Keep going, keep going, keep going. No rest for the wicked. Ay, caramba! Two to go, two to go, two to go, two to go. Get back here. Decent! Decent! Last one, best one? Alright, last one, best one. Oh, please just hit that. What's going on here? Alright, that's fine. Alright, we're on to Apex. Apex. Oh! Loud as shit. Encoding? We dropping? We don't drop no frames. We don't drop no frames. Dun, dun. I don't really want to play Control, but I guess I will. W-mans. W-mans. They wear the same shirt like 4 days in a row. Oh shit.
Politely. Follow me if you want to know.
Oh no, we're already missing a
Better angle at Echo's location.
teammate disconnected. W-mans.
Stinger incoming.
Getting a fresh angle. Back to the zone. Nice.
Won't be time to
Showing Arc Star.
I hear ya. It's me. Yo. That loud? It is loud. We'll drop this a beat. I will change my legend to Ash, please.
replenishing my shields.
Are we shoving it down their throats right now?
Replenishing my shields.
A tear to give us an edge.
You got the dominate? Oh! going on? This shouldn't be happening.
Craft a zone. Tear it from them.
Time to die. I've been snared.
Got him. Riptide Joe.
Recharging my shield.
Event starts and what is that?
Recharging. Smart bullet away.
Look out, grenade. Throwing Arc Star.
Oh, Riptide Joe, so low. Bring back Arenas. Arenas is back. You got your wish.
Zone C has been neutralized. Looks like they neutralized the zone. Zone C. Need to recharge my shield.
EMP incoming. Take cover.
Does that mean we win since we got all of them? Or like, what's this lockout business?
These ties bind. Need to recharge my shield.
Yeah. All right, we're going. Let's do it. We're ready. Yo, this is silly. Boogie down? No. Chuckles the barrel, man. This is sick. Oh, Markman. Narrow. Terrible. What up, team?
An eye fighter. The end is decided.
Hey, I just got a new mic. Does this sound alright?
I did my hair for this.
Ready to head out?
Alright, Jones. Guessing that's a no. You can't hear me?
May your bullets hit their marks, and not me.
Is this any better? Can you hear me now?
My bad. It's not. I need to change it to non.
Open mic. This is alright though.
My weapon has been
Yeah, you're good.
now.
Cool. Appreciate you.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. That's one way to find out your prey.
I think our teammates are okay.
Getting a fresh angle.
Uh-oh.
Come on, back.
Does this enhanced weapon make me look scarier? I bet it does.
Missed it. I missed it.
1 minute until close. Rings nearby.
Echoes take the sweet angle. Moving.
Less than marking our surroundings.
Great scan, bud.
Evo harvesters
They're
unpredictable.
They're marked on your map.
Heads up, got one here. Pay attention, gang. Not far from the ring. We got 30 seconds left.
Champion eliminated.
Oh, that's not what I
Fresh
wanted.
angle.
Bless me with sight.
10 seconds. The ring's basically knocking on the door.
There are Unscoti to be found in this direction. Thank you.
I've made my weapon even weaponier.
This weapon is enhanced, beautiful.
In progress.
The ring is moving, Palai Fighters.
You wanna go fight?
No one is inside.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Need a new angle on this.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
Remember I just landed over here? They went deep.
Send it. Let's go over there.
Okay.
You got bamboozled. Look at you. Broken enemy shield. Firing. Well,
Moving to Echo for a better angle.
Scanning the area.
Wanna push them? Yeah, we got it. They're in the building.
Hostile close.
Left of the building.
got one spotted. This up.
I am taking fire.
Reloading.
Go out and bamboozle them.
Getting shot at.
I downed it.
One down.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields. All Father, give me sight.
Recharging my shields. I've crafted. Reloading.
Reloading. Got extra supplies here. No need to thank me, but you should.
Recharging my shields.
Gotta hop up here. Select.
Reloading.
Deuces to the rescue. Reloading. Faking them out with a decoy. Even my shields are reaching. You got bamboozled.
Bless me with sight. I bathe in the fluid. I'm taking fire.
Firing. Reloading.
At least one.
Very low.
Taking a new angle.
That must have been the last one,
You're not
'cause
dying.
no
You want me to get him? You want me to get him? I got him, I got him.
Raj here to save the day.
Thanks.
Recharging my shields. Healing my wounds.
Get you the health.
Recharging shields.
Just gotta patch myself up.
There is a new kill leader.
Hurt pretty bad. Better heal. You know, so I don't die. Gotta patch myself up.
Taking a moment to recharge my shield.
Yeah, I think this place needs a little more me.
Healing up.
Oh, that's it. All right.
All Father, give me sight.
Bamboozles for the fools.
Want to edge guard?
Better
There
in
are
my mind.
Scotty to be found in this direction.
Spotted one.
Coming across.
Target spotted.
Broken enemy shield. Battling the enemy. Marking our surroundings.
Took down some prey.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Sending out my decoy.
Outside close.
Dang if you see him.
Next ring's far. If
They
you're older
can run through
bye-bye.
the tunnel over here.
Scanning the area.
Replicator incoming.
Someone was wounded here. Hostile right here.
Watch my back. I'm healing.
Bamboozles for the foozles. Yeah, I said it. Enemy spotted.
Nope.
Small.
Thermite grenade set. Throwing thermite grenade. Healing my wounds. All Father, give me sight.
Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
I don't know what to do.
Prey in sight. Adjust your scope.
Alright, I'm coming. Oh, yeah, they're getting the res? Shit, how'd they do that?
Rings far and closing in 45. Probably gonna
Prey in sight. Adjust your scopes. They're far.
move that way. Shot fired, and they're hitting me. Dukes o'clock.
Getting shot at. Shatter the prey shield. I need your gun. Where did I stop? Switching it up.
I have the banner. So, got a bad guy.
Watch it. Grenade.
Throw a respawn beacon.
I cracked the target shield.
I'm down.
Taking fire. Reloading.
Shit! Misplayed that.
Recharging shields. Let's taking a new angle. Healing up. My prey is down. Healing up. go, Echo.
Attention.
Recharging my shield.
Loot bins have been restocked.
Putting a shield on?
Attention.
Recharging my shields. Map shows the ring's near. 45 seconds? Easy. Replicator over there. Stock up all you can. Time to... Echo's got an angle. Moving... Ring's close by. 10 seconds is plenty. Got our teammate person's banner thing. Let's go, Echo. Launching to a new angle.
Care package being delivered.
Deploying a respawn beacon.
My hero.
Opening fire on our prey. Reloading. Getting shot at. Oh, I'm scared. I'm bleeding out. Target here.
One sec, healing up.
Healing my wounds.
Got the banner. Time to get a beat.
Fallen.
New kill leader. Soon to be me.
I mean... Shit!
Attention. Delivering replicator.
What are you gonna do?
Really well positioned, man.
Uh-oh. This isn't right.
Come on, we've got work to do.
Spooky Savannah.
Some were born to run. Others have a higher purpose.
Not ideal.
Too seriously? I don't take myself anywhere, really. I need to get out more.
This is your champion.
Alright, I'm Jump Master. I'll pick the party spot.
Alright, team.
Follow the leader.
We're hitting tree. Spooky Savannah, hi team. I think we're alone now.
Attention. First blood.
Oh, someone got the party started.
Alright. I might be running into some issues with this print.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
One minute until close. Rings nearby.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
45 on the clock.
Attention. The champion has been
Enough time for the
eliminated.
ring. Half a minute.
Got an Evo harvester here.
Look at get a shield.
Hey, thanks.
Got extra supplies here. Don't need to thank me.
10 seconds and the ring's just ahead. We're spread out. My weapons in hand and ready to dance.
Warning. Ring closing.
We're outside the ring. Ooh, wouldn't want to get barbecued.
Hello.
Charging on my shields.
Hey, a new upgrade. Spiffy. Oh wait, is that... Do people say that? New kill leader. Soon to be me.
Extra supplies here. Firepower is key.
This weapon is enhanced, beautiful, dangerous.
Getting over here.
Care package being delivered.
I bet that care package has some sweet gear for us. Positions, check your map. And you're welcome. Target spotted.
My weapons in hand and ready to dance.
Yes, we are so good, and I am especially really good.
Optics here. Mid-range.
So, I'll take that.
I got an enhanced weapon and a smile on my face.
Extended sniper mag here. Ooh, gold tier.
Thieves.
This weapon is enhanced, beautiful, dangerous.
I'm going for that scope.
Thank you.
Hey, you, my friend, are very welcome.
Evac tower out.
Thank you.
I got you. Now keep moving.
Nothing up my sleeves, and barrel stabilizer here. Level 2. Two present. The next ring location. Check your map. Located enemy positions.
Nobody
Check your
buys.
map. And you're welcome.
Fox 3, firing missiles.
Oopsie. Want to use your ult to reposition to the other side of the map? Pretty far away. all here if you want to do it.
Alert
Let's
5,
go over
Valkyrie
there.
on standby, ready
Yeah,
for
bye bye.
Main engine burn.
If you are unable to assist in an emergency, just shoot wildly into the air. Maybe you'll get lucky.
Let's use this other redeploy. Oh, I guess we're fighting. We're fighting.
Got a bandit close by.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at. Reloading.
Hang if you can.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
We're not fighting?
My
Question mark?
shields are recharged.
Send in a decoy. Okay, wait, how do I know that I'm not the decoy? Alright, this is
Shield
dream
battery
within a
here.
dream stuff.
Got a replicator coming down.
Let's just keep moving.
Hostile spotted.
Jump tower over there.
Enemy spotted.
I'm taking the jump tower.
Looks like only half.
My weapons in hand. Ready to dance. Let's go that way.
I think this place needs a little more me. Yeah.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
Something on my sleeves and what's extra optics here. Mid-range.
Get a scan over here.
Thanks a bunch.
Nah, thanks needed. I do take bribes though.
Lifeline's not coming with us. People here. People here. People here.
Bam to the woozle. Ha. Sending out a decoy.
I'm backing up.
Look out, grenade. Get hurt over here. Look at my shields are recharged. I think this place needs a little more me. Yeah.
Bogey in sight.
Warning.
You got bamboozled. A decoy escape deployed.
Box 3, jumping the pod.
You got bamboozled.
Taking fire.
I'm spotted. Taking fire.
1 sec, healing up.
Recharging my shields.
Reloading. Care package.
Nope.
You're coming with me.
Incoming care package. Pro tip, don't try it. Recharging shields.
Attention.
Push up on him.
New kill leader.
Someone's got to take out the new kill leader.
Charge.
Gotta make sure we don't get hit from behind.
Me.
Broke their shield now. Enemy down.
Push up. Let's push up. We can hit a scan here too.
You got bamboozled.
Got a visual on a bogey right here.
Reloading.
Fire. Broke their shield. Got another squad. Arm up.
Sending out another me. Damn,
Stay with me though.
Mayday. Crashing in.
shots fired and they're hitting me. Using the decoy escape. Mirage. Just relax. I got everything under control.
Tossing down my halo.
Now that is an upgrade.
Recharging shields.
Does this enhanced weapon make me look
Attention.
scarier?
Loot
I bet it
bins
does.
have been restocked. Attention. Delivering replicator.
Replicator on its way down.
There's a red bin over here if you want it.
I need a
hurt pretty bad.
Me too,
Better
buddy.
heal, you know, so I don't die.
1 minute. Rings nearby. Hostile over there.
I'm getting this red bin.
Ring's close. 45 seconds.
We can use your ult from over here too, maybe?
I gotta get healed up. My health is low.
Not far from the ring. Half a minute.
1 sec. Healing up.
Spray back, yeah.
I need a barrel mod. Tick-tock. 10 seconds.
I'm ready
The
whenever.
ring's close.
Recharging shields.
Alert 5, Valkyrie actual. Ready for burn. How copy?
Warning. Closing.
Ring's moving.
Care package being delivered.
Hello.
Burn is a
Lifeline's
go.
not coming.
Incoming care package.
Pro tip, don't try grabbing something moving at that trajectory.
For those traveling with small children, this is a blood sport. What's wrong with you?
I think we should move that way.
Shit, I was trying to get up there.
Broke their shield now. Hold up. Enemy shield broke.
Lifeline, can I get your drone?
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Can I get your drone, Lifeline?
Hostile over there.
Heal me.
Replicator being delivered.
Just gotta patch myself up. Check out that replicator coming in. I think this place needs a little more me. Just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close. Enemy over there.
Ring's just a little further.
Moving up.
45 on the clock.
Zip line over there.
Heard that.
That's rings close.
Bam to the woozle. Yeah, sending out a decoy. Something on my sleeves and whoosh, extra supply. Extended light mag here. Gold tier.
Are there people here? Yeah, yeah.
Reloading. Taking fire.
Downed enemy.
Enemy down.
Well, lucky us. Next ring. I killed an enemy.
Impressive. Glad you're my wing.
Recharging my shields.
Get up.
Giving my shield to recharge. Ha! Bamboozles for the foozles. Yeah, I said it. Giving my shield to recharge.
Contact. Fire.
They're hitting me. Enemy shield.
Round 5. Beginning
Gonna use a
ring
Phoenix kick.
We're on inside the ring. I got snared. Just giving my shield inside.
I've been snared.
Enemy shields broke.
Pings if you can.
Reload. /1. Bogey down.
Making contact with enemy.
Throwing Arc Star. Frag out.
Taking fire. Reloading. Bandit down.
Joey's dead.
Contact with that.
Bam to the woozle. Yeah, sending out a decoy.
I don't know where anyone is. We need things or something.
There's an enemy shield. Reloading.
Enemy taken out.
Sending out another me. Damn it, he's good looking.
Pings, pings, pings.
Ring closing.
Sweet.
Ring's
We're
closing,
almost
but
inside the next ring.
they're over here, I
Enemy
think.
spotted. They look small. Sending a decoy. Wait, how do I know I'm not the...
3 squads. Somebody's rezzing like right below us.
Hostile close. Shooting.
I have no idea where they are. I'm going back to Lifeline.
Bam goes the boozle.
We can edge guard.
Hostile right here.
You got bamboozled. Target's right in front of me.
Ring held down.
Contact with hostile.
Enemy shield. Alright, enemy down.
Now. Reload. Say what?
30 seconds. An enemy shield. Reloading. Bam to the woozle. Ha.
Let's go.
You are the Apex champions.
Go then, baby.
Listen, I've been training all day, so it's...
Oh, shoot. I forgot to change. I'm not playing Aim Labs. I'm playing Apex. Wherever you want to go.
Hell
Oh, I love it. I love it. Team landing to our east.
Close to me. Must be my raw magnetism.
I got an enhanced weapon.
Sending out my decoy.
Jesus, this thing is going nuts.
Attention. First blood.
Who got first blood? I was shooting for me.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
These weapons.
Got extra supplies here? No need to thank me.
Ring closes in 1 minute, but it's right there.
It's on your
Taking the solo over here.
Bam! I'm running out of
Go
ideas.
tier.
Attention.
Yo, I got lit.
Crack the bogey's shield.
I got lit up.
55 seconds, and we're right next to the ring.
Reloading. Under fire. Mayday. Crashing and burning over here.
The enemy shield is broken. Tracker out. A tra poco. Reloading. Opponent found and tracked. Dropping a tracker. The enemy shield is broken. Reloading. Bullseye. Enemy tracked.
Play here, kid.
10 seconds
They're
until
pushing
the
you
ring's
hard.
closed. It's close though. Tossing frag. Scanning.
They are in pursuit.
Andiamo. Oh,
Scan this area.
I'm distracting one of them. Distracting two of them.
Opponent found and tracked.
I thank you.
Bogey here.
That enemy shield is broken.
You're
Recharging my
insane.
Shields covered me. I leveled up. Which upgrade do I want? Upgraded and ready to fight back. Ooh, got a care package. Reloading.
They got the res.
I'm recharging my shields.
Oh. Bro, get the banner. You were right there.
Recharging my shields, cover me. Un momento, gotta heal.
I just realized too, now I can go into the other room. Still know what's happening.
Let's check out this area. Still firing, ready to ruin someone's day.
Oh shit.
Got the banner. We don't abandon our own.
Connecting. Un momento. Get the banner.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader.
Setting up a respawn beacon.
You're insane. You're insane.
Here I come. Mirage to the rescue. After being rescued.
Got an extended supply bin here. Extra staff.
Bogey's on radar. Check your map.
Does this enhance? Loud and
That
clear.
team from west got definitely gonna come this way.
Yeah, I think they are.
Setting a tracker.
Attention.
Voila!
Delivering
Extra
weapon
supplies
gear.
right here. Replicator, ultimate accelerant here.
Let's go there.
Ooh, half the squads have pieced out. There's the second
We should go
one.
around the mountains. That was something caught inside.
I'll follow you, my leader. Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Got an enhanced weapon.
Ready to use it.
This weapon is enhanced, beautiful, dangerous.
Weapons enhanced.
Tracker out. Scanning for enemies. Bullseye. Enemy track. Hope you're ready to fight.
That
We've got an
area.
opponent nearby.
Here.
Ring closes in 1 minute, but it's right there.
Bam! There goes a boozle, or something like that. I didn't. Okay.
On your toes. We've got a target over here.
I'm down. I leveled up.
Tracker set.
Ring just a little further.
I'm recharging my shield. I broke an opponent. No, I'm down.
Under fire. Bandit down.
GG's.
That may.
Bird. Abigor, no!
All right, let's do this. It'll be fun.
Abigor
Now,
stinky.
like choices. You live, you learn.
What do you get for the girl who has everything? More.
I'm only headed one way, and that's up, baby.
is your champion. I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
I do fear things, yeah.
I'll pick the party
Oh,
spot.
let's go then, baby. We're going hot.
Just a thought, we could land here.
I've never missed a target. No
We're doing
reason to
it.
start
We're
today.
doing it big.
Oh, this is the best part.
My last drop, probably. Oh shit, this is really hot. Coward! You're a coward!
Got an enhanced weapon and a smile on my face.
Abigor, I'm not a coward, so I'm gonna go fight.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Round one.
Hiding is not a fun game.
Formation, people. Nice. We're already inside the next ring.
This is goddamn Apex Legends. Not Loot Simulator.
Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
Evo Harvester
Charging
only
shields.
available.
Get out there and bamboozle. Gotta patch myself up.
Let's push, Abigor, let's push. On me, on me!
Sending out another me. Damn, he's good looking. Hey, I leveled up. Today's upgrade. Ooh, I'm thinking, can we do like a hollow beard comb? I've always wanted one.
You're goated!
There's another squad on us. Jump drive. Reloading.
No way you're gonna die over there, and that's hilarious.
Jump drive.
Resing below us? Question mark? Yeah, they're resing, Abigor. They're resing.
Attention. Delivering
Taking
care
fire.
We got another squad attacking us. Got shields on that bandit.
You're goated, you're goated.
That's some champion, huh?
Let's check this quadrant.
We're all here to see today. Enemy down. Enemy killed. One sec, healing up.
Let's check this quadrant.
Shots fired, and they're hitting me. Faking them out with a decoy.
You suck! If you landed with us, we would've won!
I'm gonna go run a victory lap.
Alright, game dev. Game dev time! Encoding overloaded. Dee-doo, dee-doo, dee-doo. I'm gonna pee and refill the water. Oh wait, actually, let's see. I think I might have solved my issues yesterday with the compiling errors, or the, I guess, linking it would be. Yeah, we did. Look, trigger's still here. Grab it. That's huge. Let's just do one of these. Live compile. Live code. Bang. You. Hey. All right. Where is that little piece? Because that could definitely get swallowed by a kitty cat. Hi, and welcome to the show. This is your host, Momo. Where's my super suit? Don't near. Oh, here it is. Okay. We got eyes on it. I got eyes on it. There's a chance I won't need to reprint this. What's up, Lunar Soul? Heyo. Luna Art Soul. I guess that's the name. What's up, Luna Art? Hey, Luna Art, I just got a new mic. Does it sound all right? What's the audio looking like? Yeah, that's response to my audio question. I got 5 on it because we succeeded. All right, let's see if I can. Oops, didn't do that. Hell yeah, Luna Art. Perfect. Alright, this should be working. But we can see it's not. Luna Art with the follow. Appreciate you, Luna Art. My day's going very well. Got this new mic set up. I can use these cordless headphones now, so I don't need to use my Apple corded ones. So I'm happy about it. How about yourself? How you doing? How you living?
We got a new Blue Yeti microphone.
I still haven't like played around with it that much. Gotta figure out the dealio, you know? Make sure that I'm using it to its full capabilities. I'm actually in the process of printing out, 3D printing a arm stand for the microphone. I'm good, just sended the file. I'm not sure what that is in reference to, but hell yeah. Good for you on sended the file. Trigger component, acceptable actor. Trigger component, CPP. If actor, get acceptable actor. So I declare this. Where is this declared? Oh. Nice. File for my streamer I have. Good on you. Love that for you. Love that for you. I think I'm missing. Oh, here we go. T-array. Get overlapping actors. Udemy.com. Early returns. Is this what I wanted to do? I think I'm going to go back one. Actor tags. Shit.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be seeing how we can add a tag to our gargoyle actor that makes it be the only actor acceptable to our secret door. Let's dive in and
holy cannoli.
See how this actor tagging system works. Now, we don't want our trigger to be responding to every single case where we get an overlap. No, we want it to be responding very specifically only to one actor, the gargoyle. So how do we go about configuring this trigger so that the gargoyle is the only thing it responds to? Well, fortunately, there is a mechanism for tagging certain actors with certain strings to say that it has a specific property. So if you go and select
I got 5 on it.
Gargoyle actor and scroll down in the details pane, you're going to find, and in fact you can probably just search for it, you can search for tags, and particularly looking not for component tags but actor tags. You can see that there is an array element. Now we understand what arrays are, so you can have multiple tags. It's an array of strings. So the first thing in this array is you can add it with the add button, you can delete elements from it with the delete button, and then you can add in a string. So for example, we might want to put in a string that says it's going to unlock door.
My webcam is shaking. I'm printing out no, some stuff for this microphone. So kind of just got to deal with it at the moment. Yeah, you feel me, dog? You feel me? Get the gargoyle statue hooded. And we are searching for tag.
1. So we'll put in a string that says unlock 1, for example. And then what we want to do is check whether that string matches unlock 1 over in our trigger component CPP. So what we can do here is we can query the actor when we're going
Trigger component CCC.
over the overlapping actors in our for loop, and we can check whether it has a particular actor tag. It's very easy to do. There is a function for it. So we do actor, arrow, actor has tag. And then you just have to pass in the name, the F name of the tag, which you can actually just use a string to put this in. So what we can do is we can put in unlock1, like so, and we can put a semicolon at the end of the line, and we can wrap this in an if statement.
And the trigger component has this tag. Right now, I am doing some game development. I was just playing Apex Legends. I'll play some Minecraft later as well, but primarily first-person shooters is my my preference. Secret wall trigger tag unlock 1. We're good.
So it's saying if the actor has tag.
And let's just look at it again. I don't play Valorant or CS2. I never have. I don't know why. Probably because I actually wasn't on PC for a while. I started on console.
Unlock1.
Why is that a sad face? Right now I probably play the most of Apex Legends.
Then let's print out a log message, which is going to basically be that log message saying that we're overlapping. We can say actually unlocking instead, so that's clear that.
All right, we go back into tick component. CBP. I watch One Piece right now. Other than that, I've seen like Naruto and a couple other handful of animes. How about yourself? Best choice. Which one? Hell yeah, One Piece is sick. I'm in the Wano arc right now. Luffy has not started his fight against Kaido yet. What am I doing? I can just copy this. Better yet, cut it. This is a actor in actors T-Array. Is T-Array not working? Log.
There's a difference. And otherwise, if it doesn't find anything to unlock it, it's not going to print anything out. And let's remove the use of actor name so that all the log message says is that we are unlocking. Now let's recompile. And once that's done, let's open up our output.
Recompile. I got 5 on it. That's sick. Zoro is by far the coolest character, so that sounds awesome. What's the fanfic about? I mean, it's obviously about Zoro, but is there? Here we go. Here's the issue. Actor undefined. Okay. What line was that in? There we go. This should fix that. I got 5. Oh, there we go. All right, now let's test this. I should just move this thing closer. I don't know why I haven't. Oh, between Zora and Brooke. There we go. Okay, so this is working. Zora would smack Brooke, though. Like, no competition.
Log and dock it to the layout so that we can see the results. Let's go and start near our gargoyle, hit play, pick up the gargoyle, take it to the alcove. I just want to show you that if I step in, there is no log message. There's a log message coming from the BP player. We could remove that log, but there's nothing coming from our trigger. Now let's take the gargoyle and stick it in the alcove. And there you go. It can see that it is unlocking because of the tag that we have applied. So let's challenge you to make the tag that we've got there configurable. At the moment, we've just hard-coded it into our code. So you're going to create a new editable U property that's type should be an F name so that it matches what the actor tag is expecting. And you're going to replace your fixed string with this in the code and configure it in the level instead, which is the right place, so that we can reuse this trigger in multiple places. Pause the video and have a go.
Pause the video and have a go.
Back. So we're going to go over to the header file for our trigger components. We're going to go into the bottom and create a new private section and put a U property, edit anywhere. And it's going to be a type F name, not a pointer to an F name, an actual F name, which we're going to call the, I didn't tell you what to call it, but hopefully you try to think up a good name. I'm going to call this the acceptable actor tag. Give it no default at the moment, and go over into our trigger component CVP, and instead of using unlocking in here as the actor tag we're checking for, we're going to check for the acceptable.
And recompile. Yo, we're good.
Actor tag. Going to go ahead and compile this. Then I'm going to go and find our secret door. Going to go and find the trigger component. And you can see that I've still got the search for tag, so acceptable actor tag shows up straight away. And we're going to put and if I take it out again, it'll relock again. And the way we're going to do this is by pulling out our functionality for finding where we have an acceptable actor into its own separate function. And we're going to learn about early returns within for loops to do that. Let's dive in. So this chunk of code that we've got in tick component is already starting to feel like a function to me. Essentially, it's a function that gets hold of the acceptable actor if we've got one. So we can go ahead to our trigger component.h and under the private section, create such a function. Now, what should its return type be? Well, I think it should be an A actor pointer, which can always be a null pointer if there is no acceptable actor. So we can then call this get acceptable actor, empty parentheses, we don't need to give it anything. And because it doesn't change our function, we can make it const. Let's go ahead and implement this over in the CPP file. We're going to unindent it, give it a uTrigger component : and replace it semicolon with braces. And then the code we want is basically the contents of tick component. Except what we don't want to be doing is just logging that we've unlocked an actor here. What we want to do is, in the case where we've found this actor, we want to essentially be returning it. So there's a couple of ways we could do this. We could say at the start of our function that there is an A actor pointer, which is going to be the return actor. And by default, we set this to null pointer. So there's no actor that we're going to return, but when we go through our for loop and we eventually find an actor that has the acceptable tag, then we can say, hey, the return actor should actually point to the actor pointer that we found here in our array, and then at the end of the for loop, after the for loop's finished, we've been through all the actors, we can go ahead and return the return actor variable, because that is the right type. That's okay, but it requires us to create a variable, and also it requires us
Luscious Morning Biz? Cheap viewers on streamboo.net. Remove the space. No thanks, Luscious Morning BZ. I will not be going to streamboo.com, or .net. Apologies.
to run through the entire for loop, even if we've already found an acceptable actor. So a better way of doing this is using an early return, and we've seen this sort of thing before in our grabber CPP, where we've done this: if the physics handle equals a null pointer, then we return, and the rest of the tick component doesn't need to run. We can use the same kind of efficiency within for loops too. So what I'm going to do is, if we found the acceptable actor, we're just going to do a return actor. We're literally returning the pointer that we've just found in this for loop, and the rest of the for loop doesn't have to run.
I don't have customized stuff on my channel yet because I just haven't gotten around to it. But it's on my list of things to do.
However, if we drop through to the end of the for loop and we have not found anything, we've not returned anything, the return would stop the for loop, leave the function. But if we get to the end, we need to return something by default. This is where we can just return null pointer. So this is the default value. It means we've gone through the entire for loop. We've seen that there is no acceptable actor. None of the actors that we're overlapping are with the correct tag, so we return null pointer. So now that means I've got this redundant return actor variable, which I can go ahead and get rid of. And this reads really quite cleanly. We're going through, we're getting the overlapping actors, we are doing a for loop over them. If each actor, we test it, has it got the tag, the acceptable tag? If it does, we stop right there, we return that one. If none of them have it, we return a null pointer. So let's challenge you to log if we find the actor. So call our function in your tick component, check if the pointer is null, and log in both cases, both whether we have an actor or if we don't, using an if and an else statement. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So let's go over to our tick components. What we're going to do is we're going to create a variable a actor pointer, which is going to be the actor, which is equal to get acceptable actor. Then we're going to do if actor not equal to null pointer. Then in the body of this, we're going to do a ulog unlocking. And then in the else, another ulog, this time relocking, because that's the behavior I want our trigger component and mover together.
Okay, this is where I was at. Appreciate it, Luna. I'm not looking to pay for anything right now, though, so assuming you're not doing anything for free, you know? Totally get that. But I will not be paying for any services or products at this time. Yeah, I mean, it sounds dope, but yeah, I'm not gonna be paying for anything. We're patched. No, I mean, unless it's completely free, I probably will not be looking for anything. Unlocking, relocking. Okay, hey, we're good.
Have is that if you've got the gargoyle in there, it's going to unlock. It's going to be
Yeah, I know.
Using the mover, and it's going to be relocking if we
appreciate you reaching out,
though. Gargoyle. So let's compile that. So let's go ahead and hit play. You can see it's relocking because we don't have a gargoyle in there. Pick up the gargoyle and bring him over, and there you go. It's now unlocking. Take it out, and it's relocking. Unlocking, relocking. Perfect. 5 steps inside, nothing happens, it's just relocking. So we've got successfully been able to find out whether we've got something in our trigger component or not. Now we just need to make it do something. That's going to be the subject of the next lecture. I'll see you there.
Dependency injection. All right, we got this far.
Change how you structure internal variables.
Hey.
The trigger component, in order to do its work properly, needs to have... Partially does. Let's dive in and see how this works. In our grabber CPP, we've seen that there is a dependency, what we call a dependency, for the physics handle. This grabber cannot do its work unless you have a physics handle component somewhere around. Now, it just so happens that the trigger component is the same. The trigger component, in order to do its work properly, needs to have access to a mover component. However, it's a little bit trickier in this case, because sure, in the case of our secret door, the trigger and the moving object are within the same actor. So you could get an object by finding a component of type on the actor. But what if, and we will have this situation in my crypt, where I want my trigger to be on a different part of the room from the actor that is moving? Well, to allow for that kind of flexibility, we want it such that the trigger doesn't have to go and find its own dependencies. And there's actually a name for this kind of programming concept. It's called dependency injection. Basically, it's in the case where we've got something that says, I need another object, but I can't find it myself, or I don't want to find it myself. It's often sensible to not leave it up to the object that's doing its own job, making it have another job of trying to get hold of an object. So the way we can do this is to create a mechanism for blueprints to tell the trigger component where to find a mover. And the way we're going to do this is by creating a blueprint callable function on our trigger component.h. So it's going to be public. We're going to put it in the public section underneath the tick component. And it's going to be a u function so that it can be then in the parentheses blueprint callable. And there doesn't need to be much to this function. It's going to be void because we don't need it to return anything, but it's going to be set mover. So it's going to set a link to the mover. And in order for it to set a link to the mover, it needs to take in a pointer to a mover component. So that's going to be u mover star, and we can just call this the mover, like so. Put semicolon in that line. And we need to store this somewhere. So we're going to create a new private variable. It's not going to be a u property, and it's just going to be a u mover pointer, which we're going to call mover as well, like so. And what we're going to do
private, okay,
is implement this set mover over in the CPP so that it sets this mover pointer, which by default is going to be null. And we do have to do one more thing. We have to include the header file for our mover. Now, in this case, because the header file is in the same folder as the trigger component, all we have to do is hash include quote mover.h. And that's going to make sure that the trigger component is aware of the mover type. So let's go over into our trigger component CPP, and I'm going to put this below our tick components that we're going to implement set mover. We're going to put the class uTrigger component before, undent it, remove the semicolon and add braces, and essentially all we're going to have to do here, let's change the name just in the C++ file. It doesn't actually matter whether the name of the parameters matches between header and C++, so we can change it here and say that the new mover is what's coming into set mover, and so we can set our local variable, our class variable mover, equal to the new mover, like so. Now, it's actually pretty important that you don't skip this renaming step, because if the input parameter is the same name as one of the variables on the class, then Unreal by default will set that to be an error. It's called shadowing, and Unreal doesn't want you to do it. So you do need to make sure you have your parameter named differently to the variable. Now, because these new functions don't always show up with live coding changes, I'm going to close down the editor, recompile from Visual Studio Code, and then relaunch from the new project. Now let's go to the content drawer, open up our secret wall blueprint, and then from our begin play node in the event graph, let's pull off of here and search for set mover. Now,
you're in secret wall.
Notice there are two options here. One, it would be to set the component, which is also called mover, and one is a function on the trigger component. So we want to select the one that's a function on the trigger component, and then what we want to do is drag in our mover component as the other argument to this function, and that should set the mover at begin play. So now essentially what we want to happen is that our trigger component should be setting and unsetting the should move boolean in here. So that's going to be my challenge to you, to create some public functions in mover.h and mover.cpp. It should be set should move, and it should update that uProperty variable. In fact, you can make it not a uProperty anymore because we're going to be setting it through code now. And then you can put it in the public section. It needs to be public because we're going to try and access it from our trigger component. And you can call it on the mover pointer that we've got in the trigger component from its tick component, setting the appropriate boolean, whether we want it to unlock or lock again. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So I'm going to remove the uProperty from should move. I'm going to go to the public section just under tick component.
This is in mover.
And I'm going to create a void set should move, taking in a boolean, which we're going to call should move, like so. And then we're going to take this and go over to the mover CPP and implement it, replacing the semicolon, adding in the uMover : class. And then basically, again, we can call this the new should move, and we can say that should move equals new should move. Now, you might be wondering, why don't we just make the variables themselves publicly accessible so that we can set those directly? That's generally not good practice in C++, because if you let somebody change your variables, you never know what could be happening to them. Whereas if you have a method there to do it for you, it allows you later on to change how you structure internal variables without having to change your public functions, which means there's fewer updates to different classes that you have to do. So generally, as a rule, we always use setters and getters if we need to access variables in other classes. So now that we've created that new function, let's go over into trigger component CPP, where we've currently got our log messages. What we want to do is access our mover pointer. So we're going to do mover arrow set should move. And in the case where we've got an acceptable actor, that should be true. We should move, semicolon at the end of the line. And in the else case, well, then we probably shouldn't. So we're going to do mover, arrow, set, should move, and in parentheses put false. Remove that extra R that I had on the end of my method. And let's recompile. Now in this case, because I've only added this function in C++ land and it's not blueprint callable, I don't think I need to actually restart the editor.
I got 5 on it. All right, so clearly, see if I can get it up. All right, it's not moving.
For this functionality to work, close down our output log, go towards our gargoyle and start playing, and pick him up. Let's go out of this cage and stick it in the alcove. And there you go. It's moving down.
So, oh, you know what? Was this? Movable? You mover. Begin play. If should move. Current location. Get on it. Get actual location. Float speed. Distance. New location. Move offset. Okay, move offset. Move offset is not being changed here. Hey. Shit. Um. There it is. That's not what I wanted. Okay.
But it stops as soon as the gargoyle falls out, which is not ideal because the gargoyle's not really held in place and the wall isn't fully down. And because it's simulating physics, it's going to get popped out of that alcove, isn't it? So what we need to do is make sure once we drop it into our trigger area, it gets fixed in there and just stays. So that's going to be the subject of the next lecture. I'll see you there.
Okay, so if you might have noticed, my camera was shaking pretty vigorously for a bit there. Printing out some parts to make a microphone stand. There was an issue with one of them. Where's this one? I got 5 on it. Well, anyway, so it stopped. I mean, there was one thing that didn't print, which caused some issues here. Plate's still hot. 72 grams. Hopefully, it's still usable. Hopefully. I'm feeling pretty good about it. But let's... Oh, that was easy. Try to take this off. Oh, nice. These ones kind of stink. Oh. This one's stuck. Trying to twist it. Get under it a little bit. Doesn't want to go. Oh. Wow. So that flew across the room and then landed right here. Okay. Little poop drawer. Make sure my cats don't get at this. Put my camera back up here. Now, that's not it. It's this one. Status. Let's do this one. Send it. Put this in the poop drawers. Poop drawers. Clean up a little bit. Don't want the cats to eat it. Okay. If I had a bigger printer, I could do it all in one go, but I basically have to break it up into four things. Okay. I can clean this up a bit later. Yeah. All right. Back to the task at hand.
Alcove. So there you go. It's gone down with the door and we're able to access the crypt beneath. Let's dive in and see how it's done. So in the case where we do have an actor inside our trigger components, the acceptable actor, we want that actor to stop simulating physics, get attached to our trigger component and move with us. How can we go about doing this? Well, the functions we're going to need are the following. We're going to need the actor's function called attach to component. This allows us to take an actor and attach its root component to another component, which will mean that the actor then moves with the component that's been supplied. Now, the other thing we need to do to stop it simulating physics is on the primitive component itself, there is a function called setSimulatePhysics. It takes in a boolean, so you can set it to false so that it stops and it basically will stop being detached. Well, we've got one piece of the puzzle. We already have hold of the actor, that is the acceptable actor. Now we need to get the root component of that actor and see whether it is a uPrimitive component, because it's not a given that an actor has a uPrimitive component at its root. It just has to have a scene component at its root. So the way we can do this is we can go to the actor pointer, make sure we're doing this in the if statement where we know it's not a null pointer. Do arrow.
Trigger component in the if statement. We can remove this. And we can remove this.
Get root component. And if we have a look at the return type for this, we can see that it is a uScene component. Now that's a parent to the uPrimitive component, but it doesn't mean that this type is actually a uPrimitive component. So what do we do in this case? Well, we have to find out whether we've got a uPrimitive component, and we can use a function called cast. Again, it's one of these functions that takes compile time parameters, so we use the angle brackets, and we can give it that we want to cast the pointer to a uPrimitive component. Close the angle brackets, and then
We're casting here. We should never be casting.
And in the actual runtime parameters, the runtime arguments, we do parentheses, and we include this actor getRoot component. So what it's doing is it's going to check whether this uScene component is actually a uPrimitive component, and the output will be a pointer to that uPrimitive component, or it will be a null pointer if, in fact, we had a scene component that wasn't a primitive component. So let's store that component pointer. So it's going to be a uPrimitive component pointer, which we're just going to call the component. And then before we use this, we need to make sure we check whether it's null. So we're going to say if component not equal null pointer, then we can do something with that component pointer. So I'd like to challenge you to try this out for yourself, setting up the attachment. You're going to open the docs in the links, try and read it, make sense of what is saying you can do. Use the actor to attach to the current component. You can get hold to a pointer of the current object using this keyword in C++. Then for the second argument to that function, you will need to use the f attachment transform rules : keep world transform. You can have a look in the documentation to kind of see what that means if you want to. And then finally, use the component that we've cast to disable physics. Again, using the documentations to see which function and what parameters, arguments to put in. Pause the video and have a go.
Pause the video and have a go.
Okay, welcome back. So first of all, I'm going to use the component to disable physics. So it's going to be components, arrow, set, simulate, physics. False. Looks like I've got a semicolon missing at the end of my cast line, so let's put that in there as well. And then we're going to attach the actor. So it's going to be actor, arrow, attach to component. The component we're attaching it to is this. So let's have a look at this second parameter. We've got this f attach transform rules type, which is obviously a struct, and it basically tells us how we should handle the attachment. There's a couple of pre-built ones in here. We've got the keep relative transform, which would essentially move our object when we attach it, so we don't want that. What we want is a keep world transform, so we're going to use that. So it's f attachment transform rules : keep world transform, put a semicolon.
Oh.
At the end of that line and recompile. So that's done. Let's hop into the editor. Go ahead and hit play.
Live coding failed. On line 38. Whoops. We're linked. We are linked, baby. Ooh, yeah.
Grab our gargoyle and stick him into the alcove. And you can see he has gone down with the floor, and the floor's gone all the way through, allowing us access to our crypt. Fantastic stuff. So in this lecture, we've learned about attachment between actors and components and how we can cast to convert the type if the type is convertible. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be adding a tag to an object that's currently being grabbed. So if I grab this gargoyle, F8 out, and have a look at the gargoyle statue, you can see it now has this grabbed tag attached. If I go ahead and release the gargoyle and have a look at it again, you can see the tag goes away. So this will communicate to other gameplay things in our scene that the gargoyle is currently being held and that it shouldn't be snatched away. Let's dive in and see how to implement this. So at the moment, when we drop the gargoyle into the trigger area, what happens is the trigger area kind of snatches the gargoyle away and doesn't wait for us to finish letting go. And this is because the trigger area has no notion of the fact that that gargoyle is being held by a grabber. So to do that, to communicate to the trigger components that we have got some kind of hold on the gargoyle, we're again going to use tags, except this time we're going to add and remove them programmatically. And we're going to be doing this over in the grabber CPP. So let's open that up in the Visual Studio Code and have a look at our grab function, where currently what we're doing with the component that we hit is that we are simply going ahead and waking all the rigid bodies. So what we want to do now is add a new tag. How do we do that? Well, first of all, we need to get hold of the actor in question. So we should do hit result.getActor. And then using that actor pointer, so arrow, we can look for tags. Now, tags is a property that is a T-array. So we've seen T-arrays. It's a T-array of F names. So we need to be able to manipulate this T-array to add and remove tags from it. So let's go back to the T-array and see what's available to us. If we search for add, you can see that there is a bunch of functionality where you can pass in the element type, which in our case is an F name, and it adds a new item to the end of the array and does all the jobs that it needs to do to make sure that you have space for it. If you search for remove, there's a whole bunch of things that mention removing, but only a few methods that actually have the name remove. And you can see it removes many instances of an item as there are in the array. So what's that saying? It's saying if it has that item in the array, it will remove all of the instances of that item from the array. So if you put in multiple tags with the same name, it would remove them all. Whereas if you look further down, there is a remove at, and this would remove an element at a specific index. Now, we definitely want the former rather than the latter because we want to remove by the tag name, which we're going to just call grabbed. So let's start with adding. We'll go back into Visual Studio Code, and we've got this tags array. So what we can do with it is we can simply do a dot because it's not a pointer, it's the actual array. Then we're going to call add, and then we're going to add an F name, which we can just use a string for, called grabbed, like so. So this should, when we grab the object, add a tag to it that says it has been grabbed. Let's go ahead and compile this and check. Once that's done, let's go ahead and hit play and try and pick up the gargoyle, like so. Then I'm going to hit F8 to depossess, and we should be able to select our gargoyle actor. Scroll down and have a look at its actor tags. So that's in the actor section under advanced. We can have a look at the tags. We can see there are 3 tags there currently. We have got unlock 1 and then grabbed again because we didn't remove it. If we grab it twice by accident, which I think I must have done, then it adds the tag twice. So I'd like you to remove the tag when we release the actor. So you're going to get hold of the actor in release, remembering that you can use get owner to get hold of the owning actor if you've got hold of a component already.
What? Result. Jelly Jew.
You can get the tag array from that actor, and then you can call remove on it with the tag that you want to remove from the array, and finally go ahead and test it out, see if it works. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. Right, so I'm going to stop play, go back into Visual Studio Code, and we're going to go into the release, where we've got this get grabbed component, and not equal to null, and then we're releasing things. Well, we need to get the grabbed component, but we need to get owner of that grabbed component as well. So arrow from the get grabbed component, get owner. To keep this line short, I'm going to put it in a variable a actor grabbed actor equals physics handle get grabbed component get owner.
Why are you doing
Then with that grabbed actor, we can do grabbed actor arrow tags, and then we're going to do tags.remove, and we're going to remove.
Success.
move, grabbed. Make sure that you have the exact same string for the two. Semicolon at the end of the line, and let's recompile. So now if I hit play near the gargoyle, I'll go and pick him up, hit F8. Let's have a look at the gargoyle, see what tags we've got. We've got the grabbed tag, only one of them this time, which is
Hold
good.
on, hold on. Tags is its own thing. Ah.
Now if we repossess and click in and we drop, release, then we can F8 again, select.
What's... I removed. Homie, that's not what I told you to do. Grabbed. Okay, so it's not removing.
That gargoyle statue, have a look at his tags, and sure enough, the grab tag has gone.
Ugh, fine, I'll do it your way.
Pile. So now if I hit play near the gargoyle, I'll go and
Yeah.
grabbed actor arrow tags, and then we're going to do tags.remove, and we're going to remove grabbed. Make sure that you have the exact same string for the two. Semicolon at the end.
That's why. That's why.
In the line, and let's recompile. So now if I hit play near the gargoyle, I'll go and pick him up, hit F8. Let's have a look at the gargoyle, see what tags we've got. We've got the grabbed tag, only one of them this time, which is good. Now if we repossess and click in and we drop, release, Then we can F8 again, select that gargoyle statue, have a look at its tags, and sure enough, the grab tag has gone away. So this will give us an excellent mechanism to communicate to other components in the world that this gargoyle, hey, it's mine. It's currently grabbed. Don't try and take it away from me and lock it into any kind of receiving triggers. And that's what we're going to do in the next lecture. So I'll see you there. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be learning about Boolean operators so that we can make complicated statements that require multiple Booleans to be true, such as having a gargoyle only accepted if it is the correct tag and also it isn't grabbed. So when I let go of the gargoyle, you can see that the wall only responds at that point. Let's dive in and see how this works. So now ideally we would like our trigger component to ignore or not take on an acceptable actor that is currently being grabbed. So to change this, I'm going to go down into our acceptable actor implementation in trigger component CPP. And you can see in our if statement, we're currently saying, let's take an actor if it has the acceptable tag. And that's the only thing we are doing. But what I want to do is make this conditional on two things. How do we combine two Boolean values? Well, there's a couple of options. We've got some operators for this. One of them is the ampersand operator, which we read as and. And this basically means this will be combine two Booleans so that it's only true if both of them are true. So if we had true and true, then that is going to be equal to true. Whereas if either of these is false, so if the one on the right is false, then the whole thing is going to be false, etc. There's another option here, which is to use this double bar operator, like so, and this one is read as or. And basically this means that if either one of these two is true, then the result will be true. And also, if both of them are true, the result will be true. But if both of them are false, then the result is going to be false. So those are some of the common expressions that we use. One other thing that we use is the exclamation point. And the exclamation point basically inverts whatever Boolean value we've got, and we read it as not. So you can have false, but because I put a not in front of it, this whole value, this expression becomes true. And if I were to OR it with false, then, well, because one of them at least is true, then the result is going to be true. So what we want to do here is essentially we want to say that if it has an actor tag that is the acceptable actor tag, but it doesn't have, so in this case, and it doesn't have the actor tag grabbed, then it is acceptable. So mini challenge for you. How would you use those three operators that I've just explained? You don't have to use all of them, but which ones would you use and how would you write out this if statement? Okay, so I'm going to put this into Boolean variables to make it super clear. So we've got bool that has acceptable tag is going to be equal to actor has tag acceptable tag, okay? Like so, and put a semicolon on the end of the line. Now another bool is going to be whether it is grabbed, and we can get this by going actor, arrow, actor, has tag, and in this case it's just going to be grabbed, like so. So we can say that whether it's grabbed or not on this basis. Then in the if, what we want to say is has acceptable tag, and, so that's ampersand, ampersand, not, that's an exclamation point, is grabbed, like so. So that reads fairly well if you read out the ampersand and the exclamation point as and not. So if acceptable has acceptable tag and not is grabbed, then we return this actor. Let's compile it and see if it works. So let's go ahead and hit play. We'll grab our gargoyle and run over to the trigger area. And you see I'm putting the gargoyle in, but nothing is happening because I've not released it yet. So what if I try and pop the gargoyle down here? There you go. As soon as I release it, it activates, it grabs the gargoyle away from me, and it disappears into the ground. Now, there are a couple of places in Grabber CPP where we've got two if statements where we could just have one if we were to use the and, or, and not operators. So one of the trick here is that when you're doing something like this, where we're checking whether something is not a null pointer, the other option
Acceptable! I spelled it wrong. Sexy.
Is you can simply remove this not equal to null pointer, and if you simply say if and then put in some sort of pointer as the Boolean, then that automatically checks that it isn't a null pointer. So here it's saying if the physics handle is available, here it's saying if the grab component is available, then we can go ahead and use it. So I'd like to challenge you to combine your if statements. So you're going to join them together in tick components. Think about whether you need to use the ampersand, ampersand, the and, the or whether you need to use a negation or a not or an exclamation point. And then join them together in release as well and test out your functionality and see if it still works. Pause the video and have a go.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening
Okay,
to that.
welcome back. So we're going to make use of this because basically what we want to
You were in grabber that.
be doing in release is we're saying if we have got a valid physics handle and that physics handle has got a grabbed component, then we want to do the body of this if statement. So it's quite simple to write it like that. We can say if physics handle and physics handle get grabbed component, then we can do the following. So that allows us to remove this early return if statement and make the code a little bit shorter. Now, the eagle-eyed among you may worry that, hey, we are dereferencing this physics handle inside the if statement in order to evaluate whether this and statement should work. Now, there is a feature of the and that it will evaluate the thing on the left first, and if that thing is false, then it doesn't even evaluate the thing on the right. It doesn't need to. It already knows that the result is going to be false. It doesn't need to evaluate anything any further. So that means it is safe to do something like this, where the result on the right to calculate it is only safe to do if the result on the left is true. And this is quite a handy property, and you'll see this used quite a lot when you're using pointers, that first you will check the pointer, and then you'll have an ampersand, and then you will use the pointer in the right-hand side. But please, 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 don't be tempted to swap these two around in order. It will not work the other way around, and you will get crashes. So let's go up to our tick component, where we're essentially doing exactly the same thing. We wanted to check that we've got a grabbed component. So what we can do up here is we can do physics handle and physics handle arrow grabbed component. We don't need that not equal to null pointer to keep it neat. And then we can go ahead and remove the if statement with the return and just keep the lines of code down, keep the legibility a little bit higher. Great stuff. So in this lecture, we've seen how to use the and, or, and not operators in C++. I'll see you in the next lecture.
In the next lecture.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be polishing off this level. We're going to get it to the point where we can drop the gargoyle statue, we can go through into our new area and make it so that when we're in the mausoleum, we've got a gate over there, we've got a statue here. If we take the statue from its podium, the gate shuts and we can't get out in time. And we need to find something else to put on the podium. Let's dive in and see how we achieve all this. So I want to turn to implementing this final puzzle in the crypt. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to place a podium in the center with a statue on it, and I'm going to put a railing or a gate above that can come down if you take the statue off. So if I look in medieval dungeon meshes and props, there is the hooded metal golden statue and the statue stand, which I'm going to be using both. So let's go ahead and bring the statue stand in first. We can go into the 4x4 view to make sure I am positioning it roughly in the center. That'll do. And then let's bring in the hooded metal statue. You'll notice absolutely teeny tiny. Goodness me, that's absolutely minuscule. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to increase its scale. I'm just going to hit the lock button next to scale to make it all go together. Let's try 10 times bigger. That's a bit large, maybe about 6 times bigger is good for this statue. And let's place him on the statue's pedestal and rotate him around. Now you'll notice the scene keeps going dark. Now this is because of the exposure compensation method that's being used in the scene. To change that, we need to go to our add actor, quickly add, basically, go to volumes, and we're going to look for the post-processing volume. I'm going to put that in the scene, right-click on it, and I'm going to move it to the global folder. And then selecting that actor, we're going to go into the details pane. We're going to go to the exposure setting, and we're going to check metering mode here and change the metering mode from auto exposure histogram to auto exposure basic. And you can see this volume is actually quite a small block. What we can do is we can increase the size of this volume so that it applies to the whole area. So let's reposition it. Scroll down to the brush settings at the bottom where there is the X, Y, and Z sizes. We can increase these and be a little bit generous. So we just want to include everywhere our player can go in our level, like so. And now you can see the lighting is instantly getting better, and we're not having this problem where if we're looking away from a light, everything gets really, really dark. So let's open up the content drawer again, because I want to bring in something from the architecture folder in the dungeon. I want the cell side mesh. So let's bring that in to our level. I'm going to try and position that near the door. And I'm just going to take note of how high up it needs to be for it to be out of the way. So at the moment, the Z position is minus 440. And if I position it at 0, 0, that is out of the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to position it down on the floor, and I'm going to add a mover component, and its offset should be positive 440. Because if you think about it, the statue is in the trigger zone, or will be, and when it's in the trigger zone, we want it to lift up by 440. When we remove the statue, it's going to go down by 440 and lock off the area. So the statue needs some collision properties setting up. So we'll go down to the collision presets. We're going to go to custom, and we want the grabber to block this particular object because we want to be able to grab hold of it. And if we go down to the pawn, we want the pawn to be ignored by this particular object so that we don't collide with it. And we're going to need it to generate overlap events as well, because we need it to overlap with our trigger. Talking of trigger, we don't have that yet, so let's select our statue stand and let's add to that a trigger component like so, and then let's reposition that trigger so that it encompasses the statue, and then let's add an acceptable tag, which is going to be unlock2 for me, and let's select the statue. We'll go to its actor section and add a tag, which is going to have to match as unlock2. Let's maximize this viewport, and now what we need to do is make that link between the trigger and the mover, and we're going to do this in the level blueprint because we've set this up in the level. These actors aren't connected to each other in any other way, so we're going to go to the blueprint button, go open level blueprint, and then making sure we've got our statue stand selected, we're going to go pull off of begin play, or rather we're going to click in the scene and add a create reference to the statue stand. From this we need to get that trigger component, so we're going to do a get component by class, and we're going to select the class to be the trigger component. So we've got a trigger component class here. And then the other part of the puzzle is to go and select our cell actor. And having that selected, we're going to go into the dungeon level, we're going to right click and create a reference to the cell actor. And then using that cell, we're going to again get component by...
I was not paying attention.
It's going to hit the lock button next to scale to make it all go together. Let's try 10 times. And we need to find something else to put on the podium. Let's dive in and see how we achieve all this. So I want to turn to implementing this final puzzle in the crypt. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to place a podium in the center with a statue on it, and I'm going to put a railing or a gate above that can come down if you take the statue off. So if I look in medieval dungeon meshes and props, there is the hooded metal golden statue and the statue stand, which I'm going to be using both. So let's go ahead and
What is this?
bring the statues. Dungeon meshes and props, there is the hooded metal golden statue and the statue stand. Which I'm going to be using both. So let's go ahead and bring the statue stand in first. We can go into the 4x4 view to make sure I am...
Where's the 4x4? Yeah, bow, bow, bow. What the hell? Where are you? Fine.
Positioning it roughly in the center. That'll do. And then let's bring in the hooded metal statue. You'll notice absolutely teeny tiny. Goodness me, that's absolutely minuscule. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to increase its scale. I'm just going to hit the lock button next to scale to make it all go together. Let's try 10 times bigger. That's a bit. Large, maybe about 6 times bigger is good for this statue. And let's place him on the statue's pedestal and rotate him around. Now you'll notice the scene keeps going dark. Now this is because of the exposure compensation method that's being used in the scene. To change that, we need to go to our add actor, quickly add, basically, go to volumes, and we're going to look for the post-processing volume. I'm going to put that in the scene, right-click on it, and I'm going to move it to the global folder. And then selecting that actor, we're going to go into the details pane. We're going to go to the exposure setting. And we're going to check metering mode here and change the metering mode from auto exposure histogram to auto exposure basic. And you can see this volume is actually quite a small block. What we can do is we can increase the size of this volume so that it applies to the whole area. So let's reposition it. Scroll down to the brush settings at the bottom where there is the X, Y, and Z sizes. We can increase these and be a little bit generous. So we just want to include everywhere our player can go in our level, like so. And now you can see the lighting is instantly getting better, and we're not having this problem where if we're looking away from a light, everything gets really, really dark. So let's open up the content drawer again, because I want to bring in something from the architecture folder in the dungeon. I want the cell size. Mesh. So let's bring that in to our level. To bring in something from the architecture folder in the dungeon. I want the cell side mesh. So let's bring that in to our level. I'm going to try and position that near the door. And I'm just going to take note of how high up it needs to be for it to be out of the way. So at the moment, the Z position is minus.
At the moment, let's transform.
Minus 440. And if I position it at 0, 0, that is out of the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to position it down on the floor, and I'm going to add a mover component, and its offset should be positive 440. Because if you think about it, the statue is in the trigger zone, or will be, and when it's in the trigger zone, we want it to lift up by 440. When we remove the statue, it's going to go down by 440 and lock off the area. So the statue needs some collision properties setting up.
Wait. I want this one to go down. So... that.
The statue is in the trigger zone, or will be, and when it's in the trigger zone, we want it to lift up by 440. When we remove the statue, it's going to go down by 440 and lock off the area. So the statue needs some collision properties setting up. So we'll go down to the collision presets. We go going to go down by 440. We want it to lift up by 440. When we remove the statue, it's going to go down by 440 and lock off the area. So the statue needs some collision properties setting up. So we'll go down to the collision presets. We're going to go to custom, and we want the grabber to block this particular object because we want to be able to grab hold of it. And if we go down to the pawn, we want the pawn to be ignored by this particular object so that we don't collide with it. And we're going to need it to generate overlap events as well, because we need it to overlap with our trigger. Talking of trigger, we don't have that yet, so let's select our statue stand, and let's add to that a trigger component like so, and then let's reposition that trigger so that it encompasses the statue, and then let's add an acceptable tag, which is going to be unlock 2 for me.
Excuse me, what did you just do?
Reposition that trigger so that it encompasses the statue, and then let's...
Alright, don't know what that means. Reposition it.
Let's add an acceptable tag, which is going to be... unlock 2 for me, and let's select the statue. We'll go to its actor section, and add a tag, which is going to have to match as unlock 2. Let's maximize this viewport. And now what we need to do is make that link between the trigger and the mover. And we're going to do this in the level blueprint because we've set this up in the level. These actors aren't connected to each other in any other way. So we're going to go to the blueprint button, go open level blueprint, and then making sure we've got our statue stand selected, we're going to go pull off of begin play, or rather we're going to click in the scene and add a create reference to the statue stand. From this we need to get that trigger component, so we're going to do a get component by...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Not what I wanted. This is what I want.
Class.
Hold the phone.
These actors aren't connected to each other in any other way, so we're going to go to the blueprint button, go open level blueprint, and then making sure we've got our statue stand selected, we're going to go pull...
Oh yeah, wait.
off of begin play, or rather we're going to click in the scene and add a create blueprint button, go open level blueprint, and then making sure we've got our statue stand selected, we're going to go pull off of begin play, or rather we're going to click in the scene and add a create reference to the statue. Pull off of begin play, or rather we're going to click in the scene and add a create reference to the statue stand. From this we need to get that trigger component, so we're going to do a get component by class, and we're going to select the class to be the trigger component. So we've got a trigger component class here. Then the other part of the puzzle is to go and select our cell actor. And having that selected, we're going to go into the dungeon level. We're going to right click and create a reference. And select our cell actor. And having that selected, we're going to go into the dungeon level. We're going to right click and create a reference to the cell actor. And then using that cell, we're going to again get component by class. The class that we're looking for this time is the mover. And then pulling off of our return value from the trigger component, we can call set mover and connect up the mover pin and connect up the execution pin to begin play. And the other thing we have to do is we can call set mover and connect up the mover pin and connect up the execution pin to begin. Return value from the trigger component, we can call set mover and connect up the mover pin and connect up the execution pin to begin play. And the other thing we have to do is select the cell, and we need to make it movable. So if we go to general, we can select movable in there. We probably need to do the same with our hooded statue. That needs to be movable. It already is. Let's go ahead and hit play. And you can see that the cell side has moved out of the way, has reached up to the ceiling because our statue is in the trigger component, but I can't pick the statue up. And the reason for that is that it's currently...
My boy.
being held onto by the trigger component, and it's being set to not simulate physics. So we need to add that into our grabber CPP. So I'd like to challenge you to activate this statue so that it is ready to move out of that trigger component. To do that, you're going to need to set simulate physics on the hit component. You're going to set it simulate physics to true. You're also going to have to detach the actor, so actor, detach from actor. And you can see that just like we had attachment transform rules, we've got detachment transform rules as well. And for this one as well, we're going to be using keep world transform. And then as a bonus, once you take that statue out of the trigger component, you're going to notice that the gate...
Just playing around with the mic right now. Does this increase the volume at all? What am I doing with this lever? No, it's not doing anything. Not increasing the sensitivity. This probably has to do with plugging a headset into this directly. And I can mute this as I... And now it's unmuted. Very cool. Very cool. Don't know why the desktop audio got set to negative. Set it back to 0. Oh! Yep. 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 All right, we're almost there. We are almost there.
It doesn't automatically rise because we've currently got our mover working in only one direction. So as a bonus, make it work both ways. If you put something into the trigger volume, it moves to the goal. And if you take it out, then it moves back to start. So pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So first of all, in the grabber CPP, where we are grabbing things, we've got this wake all rigid bodies from the hit component. Let's take that hit component. And we're going to set simulate physics to true. And then we've got this getting the actor here. I'm going to put that into its own variable. So a actor star hit actor is equal to hit result dot get actor. And then we can replace that. So hit actor tags. And then further down, we're going to detach that actor as well. So hit actor, arrow, detach from actor, and then we're going to do an F, detachment, transform rules, colon, colon, keep, world transform, a semicolon at the end of the line, and let's recompile and see if that works. Let's go ahead and hit play. A semicolon at the end of the line, and let's recompile and see if that works. Let's go ahead and hit play and try and pick up our statue. And this time it comes away just perfectly. However, our gate doesn't close as it should do. So how are we going to go ahead and make our gate close? Let's see if we can put the statue back on the stand. Let's stick it over here, and there you go. It stays there by itself because it gets automatically attached to the trigger component. So for the mover component of the challenge, the bonus, if we go and open up the mover, which you can do with...
Why is this happening now? Why are we delaying these processes? Why? CPU's cooking right now. Um, ah, yeah, compile error. Keep world. Keep world transform undeclared. What?
On the stand. Pick up arrow as well. So hit actor, arrow, detach from actor. And then we're going to do an F, detachment, transform rules. Colon, keep.
Colon.
Semicolon at the end of the line, and let's recompile and see if that works. Let's go ahead and hit play and try and pick up our statue. And this time it comes away just perfectly. However, our gate doesn't close as it should do. So how are we going to go ahead and make our gate close? Let's see if we can put the statue back on the stand. Let's stick it over here, and there you go. It stays there by itself because it gets automatically attached to the trigger component. So for the mover component of the challenge, the bonus, if we go and open up the mover, which you can do with Control P, by the way, and search for mover, and we can open up the mover CPP, then we can go down to where it's got if should move, and you can see that essentially we want an else statement here that sets the target location just to the original location in the alternative case. And basically the rest of the code needs to run all the time to move to the location. So let's take it all out of our if statement like so, and fix up any indentation issues. And essentially what we want is the target location. We're going to set it to a default value before the if statement. So the default value is going to be the original location. I'm going to just cut out that move offset. So what we've got is we set up a target location with the original location. So by default, it's going to want to move back to its original location. But if should move is true, then we need to update the target location to be equal to essentially the original location plus the move offset. So that takes us to essentially our goal location. So then later on we calculate the current location, we do the distance and the speed calculation, we do the vinterp constant 2, and we set the new actor location. And one more thing we need to do is change the way we calculate the speed, because here we are looking for the difference between the original location and the target location, which when we set the target location equal to the original location is going to be 0, and so our speed is going to be 0. So instead, well, we know the difference between the target location and the original location is actually the length of the move offset. So what we can do, instead of calculating the distance this way, which is always a bit wasteful, is we can do a move offset dot length and divide that through by the move time. So that's needs some parentheses because it's a function, move offset dot length parentheses divided by the move time. Let's recompile and try that out. Go ahead.
Doesn't move.
And hit play. Pick up our statue, and you can see the gate goes to close. I didn't quite let it open, so you maybe didn't see that it goes the whole way. But if I drop the statue in its place, it lifts all the way up to the top. Take the statue off, and it goes all the way back down to the bottom. Great stuff. So now all that remains for me to do is add...
Homie! My boy. Mover. You know what? Is this the issue? Why are there two here now?
Is to go and select our cell actor. And having that selected, we're going to go into the dungeon level. We're going to right click and create a reference to the cell actor. And then link between the trigger and we're going to need it to generate overlap events as well, because we need it to overlap
This guy in physics.
to lift up by 440. When we remove the statue, it's going to go down by 440 and lock off the area. So high up, it needs to... And we're not having this problem where if we're looking away mode from auto exposure histogram to auto exposure basic. And you can see this volume is actually quite a small block. What we can do is we can increase the size of this volume so that it applies to the whole area. So let's reposition it. Scroll down to the brush settings at the bottom where there is the X, Y, and Z sizes. We can increase these and be a little bit generous. So we just want to include everywhere our player can go in our level, like so. And now you can see the lighting is instantly getting better, and we're not having this problem where if we're looking away from a light, everything gets really, really dark. So let's open up the content drawer again, because I want to bring in something from the architecture folder in the dungeon. I want the cell side mesh. So let's bring that in to our level. I'm going to try and position that near the door. And I'm just going to take note of how high up it needs to be for it to be out of the way. So at the moment, the Z position is minus 440. And if I position it at 0, 0, that is out of the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to position it down on the floor, and I'm going to add a mover component, and its offset should be positive 440. Because if you think about it, the statue
Do I need to recompile? Is that why this isn't... It should be fine. It should...
is in the trigger zone, or will be, and when it's in the trigger zone, we want it to lift up by 440. When we remove the statue, it's going to go down by 440 and lock off the area. So the statue needs some collision properties setting up, so we'll go down to the collision presets. We're going to go
Is it the statue? Oh, fuck. Did I do this wrong?
to custom. And we want it to lift up by 440. When we remove the statue, it's going to go down by 440 and lock off the area. So the statue needs some collision properties setting up. So we'll go down to the collision presets. We're going to go to custom, and we want the grabber to block this particular object. Because we want to be able to grab hold of it. And if we go down to the pawn, we want the pawn to be ignored by this particular object so that we don't collide with it. And we're going to need it to generate overlap events as well, because we need it to overlap with our trigger. Talking of trigger,
wait.
Particular object so that we don't collide with it. And we're going to need it to generate overlap events.
Generate overlap events. Thanks.
As well, because we need it to overlap with our trigger. Talking of trigger, we don't have that yet, so let's select our statue stand, and let's add to that a trigger component like so, and then let's reposition that trigger so that it encompasses the statue.
What did you just do? This is what I'm missing.
And let's add to that a trigger component like so, and then let's reposition that trigger so that it encompasses the...
Oh. This is what I was missing. Yes. Very good. No. Hell yeah, dog.
Down just perfectly. However, our gate doesn't close as it should do. So how are we going to go ahead and make our gate close? Let's see if we can put the statue back on the stand. Let's stick it over here, and There you go. It stays there by itself because it gets automatically attached to the trigger component. So for the mover component of the challenge, the bonus, if we go and open up the mover, which you can do with Control P, by the way, and search for mover, and we can open up the mover CPP, then we can go down to where it's got if should move, and you can see that essentially we want an else statement here that sets the target location just to the original location in the alternative case. And basically the rest of the code needs to run all the time to move to the location. So let's take it all out of our if statement like so, and fix up any indentation issues. And essentially what we want is the target location into parentheses divided by the move time. Let's recompile and try that out. Go ahead and hit play. Pick up our statue, and you can see the gate goes to close. I didn't quite let it open, so you maybe didn't see that it goes the whole way. But if I drop the statue in its place, it lifts all the way up to the top. Take the statue off, and it goes all the way back down to the bottom. Great stuff. So now all that remains for me to do is add a little pot or something that we can take for the puzzle. So I'm going to go into the meshes under the props. I'm going to find a little complete pot and put it by this other door on the other side. So there's a little bit of a challenge trying to find something we can put in the statue's place. I'm going to set it to generate overlap events, just like the statue. The collision presets we need to set to custom. We're going to change that so that the grabber can grab it, so put it to block. Under the props, I'm going to find a little complete pot and put it by this other door on the other side. So there's a little bit of a challenge trying to find something we can put in the statue's place. I'm going to set it to generate overlap events, just like the statue. The collision presets we need to set to custom. We're going to change that so that the grabber can grab it, so put it to block, and that it doesn't overlap the pawn. And we're going to go to the actor tags, add a tag for unlock. And we're going to go to the actor tags, add a tag for unlock 2. And then the final thing we need to go and do is set it to movable. Let's go ahead and hit play and see if we can grab this pot. Yep, looks like we can. Let's go and take it through into this mausoleum area. We can take off the statue, take our pot and stick it in its place. And you can see that it opens up, and we can take the statue and make a run for it. Fantastic. So in this lecture, we've tidied up the rest of our level and completed the game. That involved making a few code changes, including making the mover move back and allowing the grabber to detach things that it picks up and set them to simulate physics. Great stuff. I'll see you in the next lecture. So this brings us to the end of the section. Let's overview what we've learned. It's been full of concepts. So what have we got that's new? Well, we understood pointers and references, these two really complicated C++ concepts that hopefully you've got some idea of, and how these pointers allow us to communicate between classes. We've seen actor components, scene components, the difference between the two, and we've implemented both in C++. We've seen how to include header files, why we need to do it, why it improves our compilation speeds. We've done some lighting using the new Lumen system, dynamic lighting in our level. We've built a modular level using really beautiful assets, and we've done line tracing and collisions, and we've done lots of different types of loops, the while loop, the for loop, and we've looked at arrays and how we can deal with items in arrays. And we've seen how we can call our C++ functions from blueprints to make these two worlds collaborate much better. So what if you wanted to extend the project and take it further? Here are some ideas. Obviously, adding more levels or making your level bigger is a great place to start. You can add in different sorts of puzzles. Now, obviously, the limit here is your imagination, but here are some of my ideas. You can have a trigger that measures weight. It could add up the mass of the things on it and only allow something to open if there's enough mass on there. You could have movers that rotate instead of moving, so that you could have a rotating door instead of a lifting door. You could have movers that act as bridges between zones where you can't get across unless a mover has lifted up and allows you to cross. Now, obviously, the limit is your imagination, and I'm really keen to see what you come up with. So if you make a modification to your level, to your project, then please, please, please share in the discussions. I love seeing the stuff you come up with. Great stuff.
Refrigerator is done.
Next section.
Kinda. Calling it. Calling it there. Okay. On to Minecraft. Yay. Yay, we get to play Minecraft. Woohoo. Save selected. Crypt Raider. Great learning experience. Woohoo. Woohoo. Yeah, it was real fun. Twitch, 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 Twitch. Where's Minecraft? Minecraft Launcher. Twitch, 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 Twitch. Kick, 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 kick. Minecraft. All right then, yeah. Wow, earthquake. Freaking so much better. All right, let's craft some mines, shall we? Meow. What am I doing? Shit. I meant to Google. Oh my gosh. Damn it.
Tells a story.
Ah!
Trial chambers have the best loot of any structure in Minecraft, like the
Oh.
incredible mace, but they're filled with
I want the
difficult
mace.
mobs and dangerous traps.
I
so
want the
here's how to
mace.
find and raid them. The first step to raiding the trial chambers is finding the trial chambers, and the way to do it is the cartographer villager. Now it'll unlock this trade on its 3rd upgrade, so it's about to go to its 2nd upgrade now. It'll go from asking for paper to asking for better. The second method is finding trial chambers using chunkbase.com. So on Chunkbase, you can also find the trial chambers a lot more naturally where a trial chamber is. So once we found generation like this, to start, you want to bring some logs so that you can have chests to store these items. You want to have a shield, or maybe 2 for the skeletons that are here, a good source of food like maybe some steak, ender pearls for quick getaways if you have them. You also want a good smite sword, as well as a good bow with power on
Smite,
it
why do
and
I
some
need
arrows
smite?
for that. Then some bundles, which can also be used to pick up the items in this structure, but these are optional, and you also want to have a good set of diamond armor, and some torches to light up the structure. As you can see, it is incredibly dark, and as another optional item, bringing these splash potions of healing can be a great tool to fighting undead mobs. So it's always a good idea to bring a bed and sleep in it so that your spawn point is set. What types of rooms can we actually find in this trial chambers? Well, the first type is the corridor. Now the corridor are these giant hallways that most people are probably aware of, as it's the main room of the trial chambers, but as you can see, it can also have some mob spawners in it. So although it's not the most dangerous room, it definitely has some danger in it, but also has a lot of treasure. So yes, the main hallways with about 3 walkways and 3 floors and some spawners, that is the corridors, and there's often up to 2 of them in one trial chambers. One type of generation is these large drops which go between different sections. In these areas, we have these triple beds here, which could be used to set your spawn point before descending lower down. However, very often as well, these corridors will connect up to rooms called the atrium, and these rooms are pretty easy to identify, as they'll have pixel art of different mobs on them on the walls. The only exception to that actually is this one art right here. I believe it's meant to represent the swirling pattern that's on the chiseled tough bricks, but overall it's really not much compared to all the other patterns that can spawn. We can see a different example of the atrium. There are a few other arts that can spawn here, but apparently this structure just wanted to have 2 spider variants here. Now Now the atrium as well is just this wide open room with a grand staircase leading to a different area as well as a fountain, and these rooms do not have any trials in them but often connect into other rooms. Now this room that we've just gone into is actually the entrance room, the only other type of room that is not directly challenged based. The entrance room, I guess, is the room that Mojang would expect the player to go through, but again, there's really nothing that would make you necessarily mine into this room at the beginning or not. Now inside of this entrance room, we'll find that there's a stairway leading us up to the second portion, and there's basically a nature display area here. So it can be a desert little scene, it can be a mangrove swamp tree sort of scene, or it can just be an oak tree or other similar scenes. Now as well as that, again, we have some chests in here, but also you can often find beds inside of this room. This room specifically has a few secrets, the first one being this trapdoor here, which can lead us from the upper to the lower sections of this. There's actually this copper grate, and if we dig these two areas out, there's a door here, and it leads us to a small base area with better loot in this chest. In this room specifically, if we go down to the downstairs portion, there's a fun build here, which if you notice is meant to represent a keyhole and where one of those trial chambers keys would fit. Now the only other type of room, before we get into the main chambers, is one that's actually only inside of Java Edition, and these are called the Encounters. They basically exist of what you could consider a small trial chambers challenge. For an example, spawners that generate at least mobs that you would assume would be easier. So more or less, this is giving us an encounter with the trial chamber danger, giving us an easier example of. So those are the rooms that generate. What treasure is here? Well, the first one is just the blocks that generate in it, and in my opinion, this is probably one of the biggest treasures that are found here, because you have access to more or less infinite waxed oxidized copper blocks. That's right, every single one of these blocks has also had a honeycomb applied to it, and better yet, this is also true for these unoxidized full copper blocks. So I would suggest at some point going through the structure, collecting many stacks of both copper and oxidized copper blocks. The decorated pots, if broken, can have some loot inside of them, and there's a rare chance for some very amazing loot in here. So for an example, I believe one in over 300 of these pots can contain a diamond block inside of it, and it's a good idea to collect these pots as they have the flow and guster pottery shards in them. Now these barrels contain a certain loot table, which does not include the most valuable blocks, but it's still worthwhile to take a look at what's in there. Also around this structure in different areas we have chests. Now these chests can have different loot depending on which type of chests they are. These sorts of treasure trial chamber rooms can be pretty common. Looking inside this chest we find a trident, as well as some emeralds. And also you may notice with this variant there's actually a trap here. Let's say we fall down it here, then we can knock it out and we're going to land on that stalagmite. You also may notice there's these barrels with hoppers leading into them. These never contain any loot, but are instead, I believe, a strange mechanism of quickly throwing valuable items in here to be saved. However, the biggest source of loot items inside the trial chambers is by far the trial vault, and it will give you a random assortment of different valuable items. However, this is not just true with this vault, generating around the trial chambers in different areas. It has 3 skulls in it. You right click on this, it closes, and we get some items from this vault's loot drops. Now this vault is what can give us the heavy core and the wind charge enchantment, which can give us the ability to create a very powerful mace weapon. So when we enter most rooms of the trial chamber.
Wait a second, go back on that.
The trial vault, and it will give you a random assortment of different valuable items. However, this is not just true with this vault, generating around the trial chambers in different areas. It has 3 skulls in it. You right click on this, it closes, and we get some items from this vault's loot drops. Now this vault is what can give us the heavy core and the wind charge enchantment, which can give us the ability to create a very powerful mace weapon. So when we enter most rooms of the trial chambers, we're greeted by the trial spawners. And how exactly do these trial spawners work? Well, you can start by noticing around the base of the spawner, it actually tells us what mob it's going to spawn. Now if you want to stop one of these from spawning mobs, we're going to surround it fully in blocks. Once that's happened, the spawner will no longer spawn any new mobs. Be aware that inside of these trial rooms as well, we have these dispensers, and these can have loot in them also, but very dangerous items. There are 11 different types of trial spawners, and it's good to remember that whether or not you do a standard or ominous trial, this spawner will only ever spawn the type of mobs that it's assigned originally. So this spawner right here, again with the chiseled tuff, shows us that it spawns the breeze. The trial spawner, completely surrounded in mossy cobblestone, spawns zombies. The trial spawner that's covered in actually chiseled sandstone is what spawns the husk. Then a trial spawner covered in cobwebs with stone beneath them is the spider spawner. The one with moss blocks spawns slime, and the one with stone brick spawns silverfish. This one is the most dangerous, and you want to look out for it. When it's half cobblestone, half mossy cobblestone, that indicates that this is a baby zombie spawner. Now I suppose to indicate the poison, having half cobwebs on top of stone, and half red mushrooms on top of podzol, we have the cave spider spawner. After that, with packed ice, we have the stray spawner, and with bone blocks around it, there's the skeleton spawner, and finally, the brand new bogged spawner has the bone blocks around it, as well as podzol with the mushrooms on top. But what about the number of mobs and how many we have to defeat at a time to eventually get ourselves a trial key? So after they've spawned some mobs, there's exactly 6 slime here, and the reason why is quite simple. There are 2 spawners that do slime, and a single trial spawner can only have 3 mobs out at a time from it. But you may also notice, as I kill these slimes, more of them eventually spawn, because there's a total of 6 mobs that I have to defeat from every trial spawner. So because of this, once we've defeated a total of 6 mobs from the spawner, with 3 being active at a time, we'll get our reward. Though with baby zombie spawners, spawners, thankfully only 2 are active at a time, and with breeze spawners only 1 are active at a time, but it also only spawns a total of 2 breezes. Now as well as that, the trial spawner will try and spawn a new mob if it has any left to spawn every single second. And once we've killed all 6 mobs that have generated from that, we will then get ourselves the treasure from this spawner. Now that this trial spawner has been defeated, it's deactivated, and that means that it will not spawn any mobs again for a full 30 minutes. Now trial chambers spawners can be used again and again, but their vaults cannot. However, when Mojang designed the trial chambers, one of their biggest focuses was multiplayer. That's right, this structure is made much better when you have multiple players raiding it. So with 1 player with me, we're now going to have 50% more mobs, which means a total of 9 mobs are going to spawn from each one of these spawners. However, we're also going to get double the loot. That means that for an example, we could get 2 trial keys from this. Now both of us are next to these spawners, and you can see that they're spawning more mobs. There's also going to be a larger total of active mobs, so we can have more than just 3 mobs active. This would average out to about 4 mobs active. And over here you can see there's 2 of these potions of regeneration. So the spawner will give you exactly double of what it would normally give you with every new player added. That technically means you could have 10 players here and get 10 of these keys. So the vaults can only ever be opened up once per player. However, that means that we can have multiple players open up the same vault. Let's say here, I'll try the vault. However, if Sam DeCam tries opening this spawner, you can see it'll actually open up all the way for him as well, and there's even some amazing loot with that armor trim. I kinda wish I got that drop. There are 11 different trial chamber mobs that can spawn, and let's talk about how to defeat each one individually. To start, there's the breeze. The spawner right here can only spawn a total of 2, and there's only 1 active at a time. However, this room gives them some advantages, such as this water bucket, so you can just remove it from there to stop it from making that go. You can always have blocks above your head for this too, but the trick is to get in close to the breeze, as close as you can. Just hit it with as many direct attacks as you can. You can also try hitting it with a bow, but overall the breeze spawners are pretty easy, and that's how you defeat one. A mob added in 1.21 along with the trial chambers is the Bogged, and this mob specifically spawns quite a bit within this structure. It hits you with poison arrows, but also has some special abilities. One of them is the fact that it has these mushrooms on top of it, and interestingly enough, we can actually shear those off, randomly being red or brown or both. And so because of that, you can see it's very dangerous if you don't use a shield. However, with the shield, we can avoid the damage from this for quite a while, till we get into safer positions, but be aware, as you can see, their poison will wear you down quite a bit. And you can also always try and fight them at a ranged distance. Also, this is especially a structure where smite is important, as the smite 5 sword I have here, even though it's just diamond, will still instantly one-hit kill these Bogged, which means that this room may be a little bit easier than originally seems. Get the mobs to fight each other so that they don't fight you and they're distracted and they're also hurting each other. Just be aware with all these spawners, these Bogged can definitely overpower you. The texture of the bogs indicate where they generally spawn, which is the swamp as well as mangrove swamp. And there's not just Bogged, all 3 skeleton variants, the Stray, the Bogged, as well as the standard skeleton spawn here, and the way to defeat them all is fairly similar. You want to block their arrows with the bow, but another good trick is to make them hit each other. The other thing is too, you generally do want to be fairly close to the skeletons when defeating them. You can always fire back with a ranged weapon at them as well, but I found it's better to actually attack them more directly, with the vital thing being to always bring a shield to skeleton fights. There's also multiple types of spiders that can spawn, and the best way of defeating these is with ranged weapons, as they have a very large size, so they're easy to hit, and this is especially useful with the other variant. This is a poison spider spawner, better known as a cave spider spawner, and these are on the trial chambers. There are the ominous vaults. If you place down a bit of fire, they're all going to walk through it to get to you, and so because of that, you can see they're going to start burning to death, and that's specifically how you defeat all those mobs in the trial chambers. Around the trial chambers, there are the ominous vaults, and the ominous vaults require the ominous trial key to open. But the only way to get this ominous trial key is to defeat an ominous trial spawner. Now right here we have ominous bottles. These are dropped by pillagers, and you can also get them from some of the treasure inside of the trial chambers. They're the standard ominous bottle, going up to 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the effect itself is not stronger, however it lasts for longer. So it is 15 minutes per level, and let's say we drink the one with 2, it should be 30 minutes. We will start with the bad omen effect. However, if we get near one of these trial spawners, they are going to turn with that amazing skull animation into an ominous trial spawner, and our effect here is going to turn into trial omen for 30 minutes. What this means is we have these amazing skull particles around us, as well as turning every single one of these trial spawners into an ominous trial spawner. So let's break down all the things that an ominous trial spawner changes. Now when a trial spawner becomes ominous, it doesn't spawn a different mob than it normally was, but it makes it more difficult in some way. So with the breeze here, for example, this spawner, instead of having 1 breeze out at a time for a total of 2 breezes, so that'll give us 4 breezes instead of 2, and 2 active breezes instead of 1, which significantly increases the difficulty of these. But when we apply this effect of double the mobs that cannot wear armor to, let's say, a spider spawner, you see the true difficulty that this causes, as this will allow the spawner to have 6 active spiders at a time. However, when we encounter a trial spawner that turns ominous that is able to spawn mobs that can hold weapons and armor, well, we get a much more difficult and different result. In fact, if you want to get some ominous trial keys a lot easier, I would suggest never doing the ones with mobs mobs that can wear armor and hold swords. So any armor they'll be given is trimmed. And as well as that, their armor can be chain, diamond, and iron. Now it'll never drop any of this armor, and mobs that would not normally hold a weapon are made the most dangerous of all. That's because things like husks or zombies are able to now hold a sword, and that can be anything between a diamond sword, an iron sword, or an enchanted iron sword. We are fighting a true well-equipped army of mobs. So I've now drank an invisibility potion. We can observe the effect that happens from this trial spawner. It's going to spawn projectiles. So every single 8 seconds, it drops one above a player or mob around it. This one over here spawned above this bogged. Now what happens is it spins in the air like that for 3 to 6 seconds. Now it determines the projectiles that appear around the trial spawner. One thing you can first notice is that they're set. So we keep getting these splash potions of speed, and the projectiles that come out keep being wind charges. The trial spawner picks one item from 2 categories. The first one is a potion, the second one is a projectile. For the
okay, so I need ominous. Okay. Do I not have a crafting table over here? Bundle. Power 2. No, thank you. Don't need this, don't need this. I do need this. Piercing 3, let's read these. Somebody just dropped some heat over there? Here we go. What's up? I think I've already been here before. Disher. Jump! Take it. Oh. Not what I want. Yo. Where's the guy with the banner? I need a bannerman. Oh, fuck. I release you. Be free, my giant. Need a bannerman. Alright, how to get ominous potions. Oh, fuck. Was I not streaming that? Shit. Minecraft. Fuck. Villager murmur. Somebody's stuck down there. You're not a raid captain. Alright. Useless to me. I do fancy a warm ocean biome. Villager outpost, please, where are you? Looking for villager outpost, where are you? Chee. This isn't loading in. Mesa biome. Ooh, a village. Yo. Can you like chill, dog? My encoder overloading or what? Or what? I do like the look of those beds. Oh, these beds are pretty cool. No. Let's... Woo! Excuse me. Bye. Anything good over here? Ow, 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 ow. You're hurting me. I can't. There is? Cat on my lap, cat on my lap. I got a cat on my lap. Hey, 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 hey. Ow, ow, dad, dad. Oh. 2 lodestones. Don't really care about any of this stuff. Nonetheless. What can go in here? Oh my god. Go across the ocean. Oh no, did I? Alright, there's gotta be a pillager outpost over here. Owie, owie. Kona? I can move into bad spot. These don't stack. Great. Kona, you're not exactly helping me here. What? I didn't mean to use two. Inefficient. Another. Bundle's full. Quite beautiful over here, really. Quite beautiful indeed. Looking for a pillager tower. Looking for a pillager tower. Here is a villager sour. Villager sour? Villager power. We don't care about villagers. We just want pillager. Give me that tail whip. Looking for a pillager. Where are the pillagers, yeah? Dat is goed, ja? Let it load. Alright, I'm about to Google how to find pillager towers. Because this ain't it, folks. Anything fun in here? Oh. Oh. Okay, I regret this. Pretty dark in here. Yo, kick something. That is a long message, my dude. How the fluff do I get out of here? Ouchie. I'm ready to propose a collaboration I think could be truly benefit us as a streamer. The goal is to help talented streamers like yourself reach a wider audience to grow your viewership. I have a strong network of gaming. Jesus. Add me on Discord. Probably not going to add you on Discord there, bud. Fuck me, dude. Alright, we're just building straight up. We're just sticking straight up. What the? Okay, so yay. I'm gonna do some quick Googling. It's about to be night again? What the dude? Another one of these. Okay. We'll pause here. Ow. And hit a Google. My goodness. Load some. Okay. Um. Literally cannot carry anything more. Okay. All right. Sounds like pillager, 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 pillager. Feel like Maverick. Top Gun, baby. Oh, is this a village? That it is. That it is. Oh, come on. Freaking lodestone? An apple? Okay, I don't know. Let's. Oh shit. Gosh darn it. Um. Seven five six 116 minus 77. Wouldn't have got that. Holy shit balls, dude. Minus 7 oh. There we go, baby. Fuck, I don't have a... Can I quickly kill a sheep or something? Polar bear? I don't think I want to mess with the polar bear. I would love to get out of night. That would be ideal. Where is your captain? I'm lagging like a good amount here. Oh, heard that. String. Doesn't string do something? Damn it. Yeah, I got a bunch of string. How many? Huge. We're sleeping. We're sleeping. Yeah. Please give me bad omen. Yo. Oh, I left the door open. Okay. Alright, well, I got Bad Omens, so I probably need some more, actually. I want, like, a bunch. $5:30. Probably should finish up here. Momentarily loyalty. Thanks. Bookshelf. Thanks. Fortune 1. Fortunate Son. Bookshelf. 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 Get out of here, dude. What are they calling for? I already have it, but pretty solid. Bookshelf. One like a Smite 5, Fortune 1,000,000. Looting 1,000,000. Sharpness. Does sharpness do anything to... I don't have sharpness, do I? Silk Touch. I probably should grab that. Come on. 13 was it? Dum 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 dum. Sweeping Edge 2, though. Edge 3 is the best. Loyalty. Curse of Binding. Curse of Vanishing. Why don't I just freaking set up Fortune 2? Alright, we're gonna do... No, we're not. We're not gonna do it. Only max, bros. I don't want no 2s. But we will set up a... enchanting table. Oh, I got the books on me. Should be more books here, though. Take the diamonds. I gotta move all this stuff. Okay. Obviously, my enchanting setup should be 3rd floor, right? This looks like a cozy corner for an enchanting table. God damn it. I don't have lapis lazuli, though. Or do I? La Paz Lazurs.